Doing good, Zeph. I was just sort of enjoying the singing there because, like, I had it open for a bit. It was just like, oh damn, this bops. Now I gotta figure out what hunter I'm making. The curse of every game I ever play. For those who do not know my storied history on character creators, I have no fucking idea what character I want to make. So, Zeph, what I have to ask you, when I create a character, am I gender locked for the rest of the game? Like, can I switch my character around at any point? Or is the design just set in stone? You're stuck with it, no changes. Like, this will legitimately probably be the longest part of the stream. I'm not even kidding. Depending on how many options I get. Not your name. Okay, the name doesn't change, but you can change everything. Can you change everything, or is it just the gender? Like, how much customization do I have with that flexibility? Everything. Okay. So the name stays the same. Got it. Okay. I'll figure this out yet. Would you like to be a boy or a girl? Honestly, not a big fan of that expression right there, but it's fine. Without using any vouchers. See, the problem is I have no context for any of the other games, so I don't know what the styles are going to be. Also, I hope I can just set my my facial features to not do certain expressions, because if I go to a cutscene and that face comes up, I'm going to lose it. Oh man. All right. Now, whenever I create a character, I'm always of the philosophy of okay. I always have the philosophy of what is a character that I could like always look at on screen and never just be like, ugh, I want to change that. And of course, naturally, I go towards the female models because customization is usually better, at least in my opinion, on that end of the spectrum. So we're going to go this way. Now, we got to figure out a base. Damn, that's strong. That's really strong. Tim was the same preset you used. Here. It's really good. Like, the way the face is designed, along with, like, the style, is just mad good. That sheen is insane. Like, this one, the problem with this one, the hair's fine, but the eyes don't really match, right? This one just looks derpy. Again, derpy, like it's just mismatched. A little too cutesy. That's just really good. Again, derpy. This one's okay. I just don't like the hairstyle. It does remind me a little bit of the Major from Ghost in the Shell. But, like, it's not... It's a little too young looking. This, again, like, eh. She's okay. She's good. And then, of course, the base model. Like, I'm going with this to start off with, because those eyes... Like, the eyes just pull it all together. So we'll see what happens here. Like, yeah, no matter what you put her in, she looks good. No matter what you put her in, she looks good. That's the one. That's the hairstyle. Oh, damn it. This is actually not bad. That's actually not bad. What is age 0? Okay, so just how wrinkly does she get? Age 0 is just like, eh. It's basically how many wrinkles do you want? 80, 100. Yeah, we're not going to worry about that. That's fine, that's fine. All of that's fine. How do I change the palette? Oh, it's the D-pad. Okay. Yeah, see, that's fine. Skin tone's okay. Eyebrows. Let's see here. A little too much. Too little. Yeah, the no brows is not going to be a thing. Go with the thicker ones. They're fine. Alright, cool. Okay, so now we can look at all, like, the other ones. Nope, that's a little too basic. want it or do I not want it? Perfect. Hello, my name is Sasuke. I'm an Avenger. Yeah, that's right. Oh, gosh. Naruto, why are you always getting my way, bro? Damn, that's actually really good, too. It's just, it's a little... Like, it's between these two. It's between 6 and 2, and I'm just like... Which one speaks to me? Do I like the bangs parted? Like, I get it. Like, me too, honestly. Alright, let's go with it. Like, that eye color is just insanely good. Alright. I have an idea. Eye depth, eye position. We're not messing with the eyes. Yep, eyelash color's the same. God, that's good. Ah, all right. Damn it, it's just too good. I don't think we need to do anything in the nose. I think the nose is fine. Mouth. I hate the flashing part. Like, the flashing part is just hard to tell what I want to do. What is that lower lip section? Hang on. It's not protrusion. Listen, I'm a VTuber. I've got to keep a theme going here somehow. Facial hair, let's go. Oh god, that was great. Oh man. But no, I won't do that. But like, just the thought that I could. Could do a lot here. That might, yeah, that's pushing it, right? This is okay. The other one's pushing it. I think it's still too much. That's the thing. Like, it's just a little too much. mark, okay. That would be a sick design choice if I were to do it, but like I would do this on a male character with that same hairstyle. It doesn't work for her, but on a male character, I'd totally do this. Yeah, that's too much. That's way too much. That just looks horrendous. Damn, there's something about an eye scar, but then again, that's like, it's biking territory, right? Oh, damn it. Alright. I think that's fine. We'll let that be as it is. But there's multiple makeups that I've got going on. So 11 is the other one. What if I say no to 11? Okay, so this is without 11, right? So I put 11 on. I can hardly tell that there's a difference. Oh, I can move the lips. It's too far. It's got to be just inside the lip line. It's just hard to see. See, that's too much. Well, you never know. Alright, lip color, though. I don't want to be too gauche. I think that's fine. It's just subtle enough. It's just subtle enough, because this is normal complexion. This is with makeup. So it's just subtle enough there. I think that's fine. Alright. I can add something else or just leave it blank. I'm honestly on the verge of just leaving it blank. Damn, that's strong, though. God, that's strong. But just that little bit right there under the eye. Oh, damn it. Problem is, I think it'll clash with what I've already got there, is the thing. So I'm trying to not do the same sort of thing in the same area. Why is that so good? Because this is what I have. I have two, and it's black. That blush is insane. It does not need to be there. I'm not against the freckles idea. It needs to be a different color, but I'm not against it. All right. I'm too wishy-washy. We're gonna stick with blank. We're just gonna go with what we got for now. Should be fine. Oh, it's gonna be the top layer? Fair. Yeah, what options do I have? Nope. I've been designing around this, honestly, but... God, there's not really a good choice here, unfortunately. At least in my personal opinion. Like, I get it, but like... Eh... Like, this one maybe, but like, it's still... Since you'll be wearing armor anyway. I mean, fair. It's just these two are bad. Like, this one looks like I'm playing basketball, and I don't know what the fuck they're trying to do with this one. Like, these two are decent. Alright, we're going to go Unga Bunga. We're going Unga Bunga.
No, worry not. I have arrived.
Hey! Let's have some fun, huh?
Good to see you. No monster can best me. I shan't hold back.
Hey, nobody can stop me. A hunter's job is never done.
Hi!
Nope.
Hello?
Nope.
Hey!
Hey, don't mess with me.
Nope.
You wanna go?
Oh, there's the voice right there. That's the one.
Magnificent. Okay. Quite a feast. You wanna go? No.
Yo.
So these are all the male voices. Okay, does it only go up to like 20? It does. Okay.
Quite a feat.
Yes! Nice! Got a problem. I love hunting.
It's got to be something I won't get annoyed with.
Awesome! Fantastic! Yeah! Hey!
Pure concentration. The rampage ends here! Good to see you! No monster can best me. I shan't hold back. Pure concentration.
Nice! Bring on the monsters!
The rampage ends here! Good day. Well done.
Okay. I mean, I could do that at any time anyway. Alright. What is all settings versus anything else? Oh my god! Holy shit. It just lists everything out then, huh? Okay. Using content that is illegal, offensive, personal, or that should infringe upon others' rights. Got it. We've got to give her a name. The problem is I don't have any hunter lore knowledge, so let's see. And if Crimson were here, he'd be like, Reaperette! And then I'd be like, Hell no, Crimson. Let's see. Kills monsters. Hunts monsters. A tracker. I didn't see a lot of body options. Do they not give body options? Is it always the same body? I saw all the head options, but I didn't see anything else. Okay. I saw clothing, but that was it. My internal monologue is like falsetto from Eternal Sonata. Something that relates to me, something that relates to hunting. The thing is, I've already done Artemis. Hi there, Logan. As you can tell, we are at the most optimum point of any game, creating and naming a character. As you know, it's my favorite thing to do. It doesn't cause me to think about it for hours. Yeah. Actually, Logan had... Well, I guess from the interaction with me and Zeph, but yeah. I don't want to go Greek either, because it's not that. Yeah. Yeah, Zeph did the thing again. Again! But no worries. I've also got Guilty Gear on the brain, and Guilty Gear has amazing names. Bikin' 2. No, I'm kidding. Damn it. It has to be a name that I like. Yeah, Diana unfortunately goes with Wonder Woman 2 is the thing. I'm in instrument territory now. Let's see. Like, because of Eternal Sonata, I'm thinking of musical things. It's just like, I got falsetto, I got claves, I got jazz, I got polka, I've got allegretto, I've got march. This is the part where my mind goes absolutely wild. Like, my brain is, like, running through, like, 1,000 different names all at the same time. Then I'm thinking about old Celtic legends and old... like, the Fae, you know what I mean? It's just like... I'm running through, like, every possible name combination. Because it's like, do I want to make something original? And if so, what do I want to use? So I'll give you a rundown, right? Because I keep going with F, but that's because of falsetto, right? I keep going with that because, you know, music... really good character, somebody I really enjoy a lot. Let's see. And then let's say from go on. I know nothing about the weapons in the game. I know what you showed me, but, like, I still, like, I've never used them, so I have no idea. I know some monster names, but that's only because, like, they're the big, tough things, and there was that one time, but, like, other than that, I have no idea. I never played a Monster Hunter game in my life. This is the first one. So there is a character limit here, but like falsetto, claves. Yeah, I know, but like that's the thing. It's not that I want to use the hunting horn, nor do I want to use the name falsetto, because it's more like a callback to my favorite game and my favorite character from that game. Like it's a reference. You know what I mean? It's the same reason I wouldn't use the name Nagoriyuki, even though I'm a Nagoriyuki main in Guilty Gear. Root! No, I'm kidding. Trinity'd be good, but like Trinity's from Matrix, so. I like every game I have to name my character. I have this trouble. Every fucking game that I have to name a character, I have this issue. Every time. It's like, I don't care what you call the character. You can call them whatever the fuck you want. Just don't make me do this. Ah! Like, if she was a redhead, it would be like Titania or something like that, because redhead, fairy queen. She also, like, the character design also reminds me of a certain character from FFX2, which we don't talk about because FFX2 was a really weird game. But she's there. Could also be a Capcom reference. I could name her Lady. But that would be Devil May Cry. I don't really want to do an Etta. Et wouldn't be much better. A-E-I-O-U. Yes, Zeph. Listen, Zeph. I want you to go back in time with me to the YouTube channel when I played Fatal Bullet. Sword Art Online Fatal Bullet. I was in Character Creator for 2 hours on the first character. For 2 hours. Code Vein was not much better. I have this issue because I run through so many thoughts going on at the same time, and it's like, am I going to be happy with this name? Yeah. 2 hours on a character creator. And that was the first one. The second one was easy because it was just like, hey, why don't you just make Leaf? And it's just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll make Leaf. And I did. And then that backfired spectacularly. And of course, it was the day I figured out I needed to get the relationship level of all of my characters up, including her. And who shows up? Ugh. Alright, anyway. Oh, it was horrendous. Like, I was dying inside. There's nothing I could do about it. Because, like, she's there. I couldn't do anything to, like, change it. I just had to live with the choice. I'm going to go with Fali. I'm just going to go with it. It just works, I think. I think that'll... Any complaints? Any thoughts? Before I submit this name? Okay. You son of a... Well, at least... Here's the thing. If it's just pets, I'm golden. If it's pets, I've got nothing but time. It's great. Ooh, that one's really good. That one right there. I'm not biased. Extremely biased. Fali. Hey, even better. Even better. Hey, listen, I'll take it. Oh. No, that's not what I wanted. No pattern was not an option. Alright, cool. Eyes are red. Looks good. Ear shape. No. No, we're not doing droopy ears. Hell to the fuck no. Alright. Yeah, these are the best. Alright, cool. We are not doing this one. I'm telling... Well... hang on, wait a minute. No, it's too pompous. This right here, that works. Clothing. Oh, his collar. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Pet names. Hey, listen, Zeph. Dogs are much easier than people. It'll be a little bit quicker. Not much, but it'll be a little bit quicker. Yeah, 15 minutes, exactly. Companion, pet, warrior. I know where you're going. Like, Fenrir's not bad. Fenrir's a great name. But give me a moment here. Oh boy, my GeForce NVIDIA driver is ready for an upload. This is going to drive me nuts if I keep seeing it. Alright, it's gone. And of course, if this were my mother, it would be like some sort of rank. We had a major, a 6, and we had a Sarge. Those were our dog names for our different animals that we had growing up. Let's see. Grim with 2 M's. Let's see. I mean, I could just be basic as hell and just be like, he's Kage. I've got it. It's Nobi. It's Nobi. Clearly, that's Nobi. Here, Nobi. Here, boy. Here, Nobi, Nobi. Complaints, recommendations, thoughts? Good to me too. Fuck the cat! Alright. Actually, I actually do have a name in mind already. So, we're gonna base this off my cat that I raised while I was growing up. I'm not sure what it's highlighting here. So the paws are going to be white. I'm not sure what you're highlighting here. Okay, it's the pattern, so that's also going to be black. Hold on. Okay, so this is going to be white. Yes, okay. Now, I did have a bitchy cat growing up, but... yeah, this will work. Ears. Nope, standard ears fine. Okay, tail. We're not doing the stubby thing. Is there a longer one? No, I guess not. I guess that's the longest it gets. If there was a much longer tail, I'd go with it, but I don't think there is. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I can choose the support type. I don't know. How would I know? Okay, let's go with her personality. Gathering, yeah. Excuse me, controller. Hello there, Mist. How many save slots are there? Because I don't know right now. It doesn't tell me where the start is. Three save slots. Okay, so it's just cycling between the three. Fine. Sup, dog?
Dear, looks like we've been caught in the act, Minoto.
Quite disappointing, Hinoa.
I really don't see how anyone could have noticed us.
It was a perfect display of stealth.
That's why we expect great things of you. You're always razor sharp.
Well then, I guess we still have a lot of training left to do.
What? You don't want us sneaking in? Oh, come on. This is Kimura. We're all practically family here.
Besides, Elder Fugen is looking for you.
So go get ready. Can't keep him waiting.
If I was really like a person that made abominations, I would have made her like green, given her like a nose on her forehead, and been like, yeah, we're all family here, and just be like, no, but you just like...
Shall we go?
Beard in the afro. Exactly. Now we get to play the video game that I know nothing about. Woo!
Thank you. Come again.
That's your haircut, eh, Mist? Now pick between 14 weapon types. Exactly. My dog's better.
Oh!
I bet you I'll get a cooler owl, too. Alright, anyway.
Elder Fugan, we did like you asked.
Oh! Hinoa. Minoto. Thank you. I just got an important letter. It looks like we've got a rampage on our hands.
So it's finally beginning.
That sounds
It's been
amazing.
50 years since the last calamity. But I remember like it was yesterday.
A huge pack of monsters in a giant stampede. They attack the village in a frenzied rage. Nobody knows why this happens, but it came close to wiping out our village last time.
I think it's time. We paid a visit to the stronghold. We have to protect the village.
There's nothing to worry about, Elder Fugan. All of us, everyone in Kimura, we've all been training for this moment for our entire lives.
Hinoa, we should start preparations right away.
Did I put myself in the corner or no? I don't remember.
Now that's what I like to hear. Yup.
Now, Folly. Rampage and all aside, I've got news for you. My VC face. Nope, I'm over in the middle. There we go. So, you may wonder why I have this, like, speaking English, and honestly, the reason is because, for the most part, my viewers speak English. And if they're doing something else, and they want to know what's going on, and they just aren't paying attention, it's easier to understand if it's in English. I know there is the Monster Hunter voices and, like, the Monster Hunter language. And then there's also Japanese, which I'm sure are much better. But, for now, we're sticking with English.
Great job.
Got a message from the guild this morning. Says that you are now a certified hunter. You're really living now, Squirt. Well, I guess I shouldn't call you that now. You're certified. But don't think it'll stop me. I'm not doing the laugh.
Elder.
Sorry to interrupt, Elder Fugan. I've informed the village of the coming rampage like you asked. Damn, it took you like 2 seconds to get the entire village? Ah, yes, thank you.
Congratulations.
By the way, Folly, I overheard the good news. You're finally an official hunter? Wow, congratulations.
Uh-huh.
All you need to do now is register with the guild so you can start accepting all those quests. To do that, you need to speak with Master Hojo in the Gathering Hub.
But first,
But that can wait. First, we go shopping. You'll be needing the help of other villagers if you want to succeed out in the field. So, follow me.
Let's start there.
Now, where should we start? Of course, the Marketeer of Mystery. Kagero the Merchant. There's already a Kage. See, he's a Kage too. I'm glad I didn't go with Kage. If I did, if I saw that, I would have been upset. I'd be like, why the fuck you got my dog's name? What's wrong with you? Use the left stick to move your character around. Hold RB while moving to dash. These are default controls. They can be changed in options. Yes? Whee! Oh, that's the dash. This is dashing. I thought there was going to be like an actual dash, but this is the dash.
So, yeah. See ya.
Let's go.
Welcome to my shop.
Greetings, Master Fali. I was just informed that you have been accepted into the guild. Felicitations. Here you will find restorative cures and other such items to aid you in your hunts. I often diversify my stock and provide special offers for hunters too. I think you'll find them most agreeable. Kagero sometimes offers items at half price, and that's when you can pick up some real bargains. I always hold off on buying what I want until the sale, and when it's on, I swoop in like a Rathian on the trail. I have often sensed Lady Hinoa's sharp gaze upon my back. Now I know why. Anyway, Kagero, about those items I asked you to set aside for me. Of course, I'll have them packaged and sent to you at your convenience.
Next.
Then that's a wrap. Let's see, where should we go next? We didn't buy anything though. You brought me to the store and we're just window shopping? What the hell, lady? Steadfast as steel. Master Haman the blacksmith. It'd be nice to pay him a visit. Use the right stick to move the camera and look around. Press LB to reset the camera to its default position. But what if I don't want to? So if I hold LB, it's a shortcut tool. If I tap LB, it's not. Okay, got it. Dashing away. Running outside. Because it's okay. Damn. Umbrella Merchant Hinami.
Hey.
Here comes the rampage. Oh no, what are we gonna do? It's almost upon the village. That's when I'll run to the gates, slam them shut, and hit the lock. And then I'll say, try getting in now, suckers. Oh, Fali.
Yep.
I was just practicing what I'd do if the rampage came. You know, running through the steps and stuff. Let's talk later, okay?
See you around.
Are you gonna sell me an umbrella? We'll talk. Race merchant! You're the most important merchant there is. Oh, hi, Fali. You look well. We're still setting up shop. Things are taking longer than we thought. Would you mind coming back later? No, I want rice now. Alright, fine. I suppose I can.
Take care of yourself.
I don't get a lot of rice, so... Also, I just noticed that every single one of my... Like, myself, my dog, and, of course, my cat all follow a same naming philosophy. We all end in E. My life is a lie. Alright, anyway. The Smithy! Let's see what we're smithing today. Kinoa, what is it? You can see I'm busy here, preparing for the rampage. You just learned about the rampage.
Yeah.
Now, Master Haman. This time I've come to tell you the good news. Fali has been accepted into the Hunters Guild.
Sure.
The village now has a resident hunter we can all count on. Isn't that great? Am I the only hunter in the village? That can't be, right? Shit. I see. Well then, Fali, allow me to congratulate you. The equipment we forge here is what makes a hunter, in part, and can make or break a hunt.
Yeah.
I was about to say. It's what represents our village, too. A hunter can wield Tatar steel. Isn't fit to fly the banner of Kimura. Or, you can't wield Tatar steel. Isn't fit to fly the banner of Kimura. You'll find whatever you need here. As for crafting and refining gear, well, we can talk about that later. Oh, since you're here, that reminds me. You can hire buddies in the Buddy Plaza up ahead. I don't want to. And Master Amon's grandson, Iori, manages the place. Why don't you talk to him later? Capering around with felines and canines. Makes me wonder where I went wrong. Really? I think buddy handling is quite a noble profession, personally. Anyway, Master Amon, I was wondering if my order was ready yet. It is. One of my apprentices will deliver it to you later.
Last but not least.
Okay, just one more stop, and we're done. Let's see. Sweeter than sweet dongo. It's gotta be Yomogi the Chef's tea shop.
Uh-huh.
The wire bug gauge is displayed at the bottom of the screen. Performing wire dashes or silk bind attacks will deplete the gauge. For more details, see wire bug actions in the game controls. Honestly, have no idea what that is yet, so I have no context for it. Hey, how's it going? Wow, that looks delicious. Can I have, like, all of what you got there? Let me just stick my head in here. Alright, anyway. Oh, Fali. Hey, I heard the good news. You're a certified hunter now. Recognized by the guild and everything. Congrats. Before you head out on a hunt, make sure you stop by and eat some bunny dongo. What the fuck is that? You'll never taste anything yummier in your life. And they'll get your juices flowing for a hunt. Yomogi's bunny dongo really are yummy. So yummy, in fact, I can't stop eating them on the job.
Yep.
Oh, just thinking about them gets me all excited and... Alright, anyway. Ahem! Yomogi, the usual. Please and thank you. Of course you know it. One super duper mega dongo order coming right up.
Thank you.
Fali, I had a great time on our shopping trip. Thanks for accompanying me. We didn't shop at all, lady. You just say, hey, how's my thing in?
Uh-huh.
I had the things I ordered from the Master Amon and Kagero delivered to your item box. Surprise! It's just a little something for me to celebrate you becoming a hunter. Come back when you're done with your registration thing, okay? Communication errors occurred. That's my favorite message. Yeah. Huh? What about the bunny dongo? Sorry, those are all mine. I'd share, but a girl's got to eat. Hey, you should equip a weapon already. I want to see what you look like with your full hunter getup.
What do you think?
Great idea. How about you try that longsword I just got you? Do I have a choice? You're just going to give me the one weapon, aren't you?
So cool.
That gear really suits you, Fali. Did I not get a choice? Was this it?
Sure.
You must feel a ton braver now, right? Ride that high over to the gathering hub and get yourself registered as a hunter. Once you talk to Master Hojo and get registered, you can start going out on a real-life hunts as a real-life hunter of Kamura. Exciting! Yay!
Go visit the hub.
I have to wait here for my order, so off you go. I'll be at my usual spot. Come see me when you're done. Listen, Kinoa, I know that my character has lived in this village for ever now, but I don't know what the usual spot is, so can you treat me like I just arrived out of town? I don't know what the spot is, unless it's like in my room or my house. and I barely know where that is, like, I got nothing.
Come on.
No! No! Fuck!
Oh. Pardon me. This is Master Hojo.
Nice earlobes, dude. Well, hello there, Folly. You sure took forever to get here. I thought I was gonna croak. You're probably well aware that I, Hojo, am the guildmaster of this exceptional gathering hub.
Indeed.
What's that? Your guild registration? Oh, yes. Well, I was getting up to it. I was getting to it before you interrupted me. Had you let me finish, I would have told you that we no longer do things that way. Get with it, young hunter. All right, what? Nani the fuck?
Indeed.
No test to take or papers to stamp. Just my okay and you're on your way. And with that, you are now officially a hunter. And not just any hunter, no. A hunter of Kamura Village. Accept a quest from our dearest Minoto to go hunt some monsters. Oh. About that, as much as I'd like to, I have to get this report about the rampage ready for the guild. I'm terribly sorry, but could you talk to Hinoa first, so she can explain quests to you? She's getting her dongo.
Yeah.
Yo, Ace! Just overheard the gnarly news! Awesome! Before you run off to see Hinoa, pop over here for a sec. Just gotta check you out in your new threads. I'm leaving. Shit. Blocked. Nobi, protect me. Wait, what's up here? Shit. Hanamori?
Oh, hi.
Word about the village is an honest to goodness Kimura hunter now. Congratulations. Ever have questions about the Gathering Hub? I'm your man. Feel free to ask me anytime.
Later. Hello. Uh-huh. See ya.
You're looking for grub at the hub. You're looking for me. Otamai. My canteen's got the same menu as the tea shop, so you don't have to leave the hub to eat. As a matter of fact, I'm the one who taught our darling Yomogi the way of the dongo. So you know both shops are first class. Make it a habit to eat before you go meout on a hunt.
Hey. Hey, hero.
Looking good, Ace. Congrats on becoming a hunter. All that hard work finally paid off. I'm really happy for you. Oh, and before I forget, I gotta tell you about the action bar. The action bar lets you pull off all sorts of actions without opening any menus. Pretty gnarly if you ask me. Why are you, like, what is with all the gesturing going on? Let's try it out. Select the camera from the action bar and snap a picture of me.
Sure thing.
Once you take my picture, let me see it. Fuck. Pictures can be taken in the action bar, custom radio menu. Snap photos will be saved in both the album of the hundreds and the album of your PC. Change the options. Pictures focus on a monster or endemic life or automatically classified in the album location. Press LB while aiming a camera. Let you see character view and Kahoot view. Hi, Crimson. I see. Picture will be taken from your view. Recommended for making your subject bigger and frame more creative composition. You can have your pet Kahoot take pictures of you. Pose sets and gestures can also be selected from their menus in Kahoot View. During multiplayer, the Kahoot will be visible to other players, giving you a general idea of the camera's position in visible area.
Yo, my favorite pupil.
Okay, once you take my picture, let me see.
Later.
Got it.
I've been waiting for you.
Oh yeah, that's one handsome Devil Joe. What? Devil Ho? I don't even know what the hell that name is. Kahoot sounds like a Pokemon name? Well, it's not a Hoot Hoot, but close. Now you've been acquainted with the action bar, I think it's quest time. But if you're still not confident in your abilities, you can hit the training area to sharpen them up. It's just a short boat ride from the Buddy Plaza, where Iori and all his furry friends hang out. You can try your hand at all sorts of weapons and skills there. It's a great place to warm up before a big hunt. Alright, I'll quit holding you up. You know what's waiting for you, isn't she? Hunter info is terminating for tutorials, hints, basic information, and other valuable things. Hunter info, Hunter notes can be found at the start menu. A variety of helpful information. You're looking for answers? Sure, be there. Listen, Crimson, not every game can have biking.
Quite soothing. Quite entertaining. An excellent blend.
I pulled that tea out of nowhere.
That'll do.
You.
Oh, it's you.
The new hunter, Fali, right? I'm Ayame, a high-rank hunter. For what it's worth, I was born here in Komura too. I moved to another village at an early age and became a hunter there, so that's why you wouldn't necessarily know me.
Sure.
I'm currently out of commission though. Got hurt pretty bad on the hunt. I've been recovering ever since. Whether I'll be able to hunt again is up to fate now. I might have to consider other options.
See ya.
Hey, listen!
Oop. While near Oh. Is it not just hold B? Am I crazy? That's what I'm doing. Maybe it's because I'm at a weird angle? Come here. There it is. Dog riding, let's go! Woo! Wait, hang on. Make sure. Yes. I don't know if that's what I want. I like the idea of a shield, but at the same time... You cannot remove this weapon. What does that mean? I guess it's just always attached. What's the dual blades, though? Okay, they're just smaller swords. Got it, yeah. Like, the ones that I see, like, everybody love is, like, the insect glaive and everything else. I think we had this conversation before, but what is, like... What is, like, a weapon that is least used? Do a lot of people use the greatsword? I wish there was something bigger than the greatsword, you know what I mean? Like, the hammer seems fine, but, like... I think I'd prefer a blade, honestly, but the hammer might not be bad for certain situations. Really? Really? Attack 50. I mean, they're all the same base level attack, at least. Wait. Why does this one have a bonus? What is this? Like, the bow... The bow and the heavy bow gun, why do they have an attack bonus? Are they new? Let's get this right. Armor skills. So I guess my armor skill is just based on long distance. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's all face stuff. You can't do anything with the body. That's a pretty big blade. Holly, Folly, and Nobi. Look, Ma, I got all these new toys.
Hey, Reaper.
Hey there.
Thought it was gonna be easier to answer stuff on here.
No, that's fine. But yeah, I'm not sure why the bows have like this bonus. Just like,
Not sure. Though, the thing is, like, the damage on the weapon itself is like different compared to the melee because, you know, it's ranged weapons.
right.
I guess the reason why light bowgun is different from heavy bowgun, just because heavy has more damage, but less mobility.
But slower, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll think about it because I don't necessarily want to do like long range. I do want to get in there.
Right. I mean, bow is definitely... light bowgun is definitely the easiest one to get into of the ranged weapons.
I would think so because you have the mobility still. And especially if you're jumping around shooting, like that would make the most sense to me.
Yeah. Like, I was gonna say bow, but I realized it has a lot of stamina management compared to, well, light bowgun.
I'm just going to use the big heavy thing because I'm used to like big heavy swords for the moment. We'll see what happens.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
How about this weather,
Oh, Fali, already completed your hunter registration. Great! Yeah, he said yes. That was my registration. I retrieved your Kahoot from Elder Fugan earlier. It's so cute! You're gonna love it. Kahoots, like buddies, will help you out during quests, but in their own little way. Kahoots are creatures that are beloved through Kimura. The village elder gave you a Kahoot to look after as a pet. If you call your Kahoot from the action bar, it will come and perch on your arm. If a symbol pops up while you have a Kahoot on your arm, push to have your Kahoot take flight. Maybe something will happen. Note this feature is unavailable in multiplayer. I guess the Kahoot goes to find something? Question mark?
Yeah.
The pet menu can be opened while the Kahoot is perched on your arm. There you can swap out outfits, feed your feathered friend. If you feed your Kahoot, they will greet you once you return from your quest. Your Kahoot won't come to greet you in multiplayer. Oh, damn. Well, how about you give your new feathery friend a name? Oh, fuck. Hooty Hoo! I don't know.
I would have a simple name, just, you know, Houdini.
Got this, hang on. I guess I can't change the style of the bird, huh?
Not much you can do right now, yeah.
Well, enter the name for your Kahoot. Enter a name for your Kahoot. Enter a name for your Kahoot. Do I want to stick with the end in I theme or no?
That's a good question.
See, it was bad enough with one name, then it became 3 names, and now it's a 4th name. It's just like, fuck. Take care, Mist. Hope your meeting goes well. Nocturnal. Well, this owl's not necessarily nocturnal. Cahoots are different. Like, if this were my Pokemon playthrough and I was playing with Rowlet, it was Hubert. Like, that was his name. It was just Hubert. Owl, just tell me what your name is. Give me your name! Let's name you Hedwig. How about that? No kidding. I'm trying to think of iconic owls without taking their names. Let's keep it super simple. We'll just call him Yi. You are now Yi. Anyway, since my sister is swamped at the moment, I'll go ahead and give you a quest rundown instead. Now that you're a hunter, you'll be in charge of completing the quests that me and Minoto have in our quest lists. Some of these quests, called key quests, have been specifically posted by the Hunters Guild, or specially posted by the Hunters Guild. So if you make a point of completing key quests, the Hunters Guild will take note. Oh, and one last thing. Here, take this petal ace Minoto and I made. What?
Yep.
She made you. Go on.
It's basically just like a thing. You'll get more options of them later, but it's basically just like if you want improved defense,
Gotcha.
attack, basically that kind of thing.
As you may be aware, petal aces are protection charms woven from a local plant called the sending sprig. Pollen carried by spira birds will enhance your petal ace, strengthening your abilities. Treat it with care. Petal ace is a type of charm bracelet made of woven sending sprigs. In Komura Village, they are typically worn by hunters. Like any other piece of gear, you only equip one at a time. Petal aces absorb the fragrant pollen from any spira birds you encounter during your quest, granting you special status boosts. You can switch out your petal ace from the item box manage equipment option. You can also try out different types to see which one best suits your style. Seek out spira birds to maximize their effects. Petal aces can also be switched out from the tense item box. Oh, I think Minoto should be wrapping up her report right about now. Convenient. And I need to get back to work myself. Once you're ready, you can start taking quests from either of us. Hold on. You can't go prancing off before my introduction. Fali, hello, and congrats on becoming a hunter. If you ever find yourself taking a hub quest, then I, Senri the mailman, have quite the impertinent information for you. You'll need to go through me to meet up with fellow hunters. Make sure to stop by. Well, I think that about wraps everything up. Time to start monster hunting. Event quest, out of sight, out of mind. Beast of the Shadows, Heart of the Warrior, Haste Makes Waste, challenge quest number 1. Can't do what some can. Dancing Parasol, Snowy Breeze, Heart of a Ninja. Massive expansion of the world of Monster Hunter Rise is coming summer 2022. Expansion has new master rank quests, new monsters, new locales, and a new story for hunters to explore. I haven't even done the first one. I'm not sure which one to go to at this point.
I would say the village quest. As mentioned, they're only solo, but it's easy to start with them since it's only going to be the low rank stuff.
Are a taste of heaven.
Well, hello, your family. Get ready and see some quests. Well, I have some great time because the quest came in for you. Master Utsushi has called for you. Looks like it's time for some basic training. He was so pumped about being a real instructor, he kept going on and on about being ready to thrash. And it seems Elder Fugen may have had a hand in it as well, although I was told to keep that part a secret. I suspect they've been racking their brains to think of a way how to help your hunting career. How sweet! I've added Utsushi's request to the quest list. Accept it when you're ready, but make sure you are ready first, okay?
Yep.
When you are, just head through the quest gate to begin. Now let's dive into the quest list.
Make sure to check the special quest as well.
Talk to one of the twins in the village again in your hub to accept a quest. Join the hub quest. Once you accept a quest, you can either accept or accept another quest to cancel the current one. When accepting a hub quest, select yes, join request to allow hunters to join other lobbies. Join your quest while in progress. This is disabled for village quests. You're hunting in a party with others. Make sure everyone is prepped for the hunt before setting off. I see. Side quests available from both counters can be completed any number of times. You may accept up to 5 at once. Claim rewards from either of them from the quest meetings. Following sub quests to race progress. Okay, so basically, do things and we will give you sub quests.
Here's the quest list. Good luck. A special quest has been added.
Let's get started with basic training. Okay, just
I'll be here.
chit chat is chit chat. Because chit chat. Potamimos.
These halls of worship, once so bustling, now home to monsters, stalking and rustling. Hunters beware. Not weights, but despair.
Balong.
The hunt is on!
Hanging in there?
Yo, Waits, what's up? Accepted my quest, huh? Nice. Come over here, and we'll get started.
Welcome!
I've only got 50 minutes. Time's running out. Hello.
Ready to thrash?
Congrats on, again, on making Hunter a whole new life awaits. I can see it in your eyes that you're ready to thrash, but let's do a little quest refresher first, cool? Let's start with our camp here. This is your tent. Here, you can change your equipment, weapons, or organize your items. If you want to bail on your current loadout, you're free to switch out your gear inside. That over there is a supply box. It's full of useful items that'll aid you during your
Sure
quest.
thing.
And everything in there is provided by the guild, so feel free to take and use whatever you want. And that's it for the camp. Let's move on to the next one.
Yeah.
I'll meet you down by the river, past the ledge. If you get lost, just look for my icon on your map. But the box! Alright, make sure your inventory is in order for buddy board. Eat meals. On each, you're provided with hunting items. Yes. View the map in the bottom left. Check the location of each area. While intent symbols of camps, buddies, monsters, traps, and placed items, as well as severed tails, are displayed too. Quest objectives are denoted with special quests. Zoom in the map, Endemic Life, detailed map, icon list. Yep, okay, got it. Don't forget to split these with your allies if you're hunting in a party. Allies? Who would ever? Restores a small amount of stamina. I don't know what that is yet. Nothing more, nothing less. What would I do with them? What are files for?
Files. You can use them to craft different types of bow ammo.
Let's do this.
So are these emotes actually doing something? I guess it is. I think I just ate a ration. Oops.
I wouldn't worry about those.
How do I cycle through the menu? It's stickers, it's greeting, it's chit chat.
Let's do this.
Nice to meet you.
Because right now I'm set on potion, right?
If you want, okay, if you want to like cycle through like the items used by EX, if you press like the same button you use, so the focus button, and then you use both or the B, X and is it A or B? That's on the right.
Let's do this.
I see.
E.
I don't know what any of these do yet. I'm assuming the potion heals you and the first aid stuff heals you too. I don't know. I'm just gonna go with it. Well, that's not what I wanted. By pressing B, you can harvest nearby plants, nuts, bugs, mushrooms, bones, honey, and spider webs. Press B near mining outcrops will also allow you to mine them. Thanks, tutorial. Shit. Crafting is delicate art of using two items to make another. You can craft items at the start menu from the item box in your house. Also use auto craft function, which automatically combine materials when you pick up required items. Is that something I want to use, or do I want to manually craft at all times?
I mean, it's definitely a good thing to just pick up items early on, just to make sure.
But it's like talking about auto crafting. I'm just like, I don't even know if I want to do that yet.
Depends. So for me, like for example, I always have, when you go on quests, if you go to the chest beginning, you can pick up like, well, first aid, as you know, which is you're gonna lose them after the quest. But usually I'd like to put it, make an autocraft for an upgraded version of those. So if I pick up any honey during the quest, I'll just autocraft a stronger first aid in case I need a stronger one.
Gotcha. Hey, up here. All right, let's talk about wire bugs. Those bodacious bugs are a must in any hunt. Use them right, and you'll be able to zip around pretty much anywhere you want to go, even on top of this boulder. Give it a shot. A variety of actions can be performed while using extraordinary creature, that is the wire bug. Perform rapid aerial maneuvers with wire dash, whip out weapon-specific gambits with silk bind, or regain composure with wire fall. An exhausted wire bug gauge will recover over time and can be used again. The degree of consumption and time needed to recover vary for every action. Compared to a wild wire bug, will temporarily increase the gauge by 1. Technique commonly used by Kimura hunters use wire bugs to zip through the air and quickly reach their target. While holding LT, press Y to move vertically, press B to move forward, and press RT to move where you're aiming. Okay. Wire dashes can be sequenced or can be initiated while running facing a wall. Each weapon has its own unique silk bind action using a wire bug. These cannot be used with your weapon sheath. Use it to draw your weapon. Hold LT Blade Master or RB Gunner, then press Y or B. Each weapon has its own skill, so experimentation is recommended. The well-traveled hunter's technique. Performing wire dash while facing a wall to initiate wall run. Use the left stick to maneuver. During wall run, hold down RB to continue running, consuming stamina. While also wall run climbing ivy, holding RB will maneuver with the left stick.
Ready to thrash?
Hey, look at that. You're a natural. Next, let's talk about buddies. Today I brought my Palico and Palamute. Flash and Rumble with me. Get out of here. Alright, anyway. They'll be lending you a paw for this part of the training. First, try mounting Rumble, my Palamute.
Right.
Palamutes are swift as the wind, so if a monster gives you the slip, hop on your barking buddy. Alright, I'll be waiting for you up the trail. Meet me there. What about mine? I like mine better. Accompanied by Palamute, you'll have access to Let Me Ride command, allowing a rapid transport within the locale. Hop on your Palamute, and you'll arrive at your destination in no time. Woohoo! There are two ways to ride a Palamute. Hold down the B button while near a Palamute, or issue the Let Me Ride command from your action bar. Try it out. Riding a Palamute is way greater than getting dash, RT to jump, LT plus drift while dashing. Yes, drift while dashing. Attack, dismount, from a jumping dismount while dashing. Okay. Recovery items, whetstones, and some of the items can be used while riding a Palamute. While riding, use it. Pretty handy. Sure.
Give it a try. Listen up.
No double jump.
Good to see you.
Hey, check out this yellow spirit bird. If you touch one, its pollen will enhance the that good luck charm you're wearing, your pedalace. When that happens, the scent of the pollen surrounding your pedalace will boost your stats. Since this little guy is yellow, it'll increase your stamina. Similarly, spirit birds of other colors will boost other stats. Pretty gnarly if you ask me. The effect is only active during the current quest, but you can be sure as shurikens that they are worth using. Oh, and that is a clothfly over there. Clothflies are one of the many creatures you'll come across out in the field. We call these little guys endemic life. The pattern these floaty friends spread can boost your defense. There's lots of other endemic life out there and can boost your hunts in different ways. Have a look around other endemic life and then play around with them. See what kinds of effects they have. Oh, and I'll just a bit more. Follow me. Endemic life refers broadly to all small life forms that inhabit an area. Some endemic life can be used like items to provide lasting buffs for you during a quest. These include perma buffers and hunting helpers, which come in handy when used effectively. Now, some of these life forms are rather rare and potent, and they are worth seeking out. We boning? Twisted Remains, my favorite. Is there like a item cap, or am I good?
There's like an inventory for how much you can have on a quest, but like you can store stuff in the just like the lobby area.
If it isn't Kimura's brightest flame.
I think let's see. I think it's like a 24 item cap for your quest items.
Gotcha. Right on, Ace. Got the hang of riding Palamutes here already. They're super helpful buddies, especially when you need to cover a lot of ground. And you can even tell them to attack while you're riding them. But their attacks won't be as strong as yours. So when you're ready to get down to business, it's best to dismount. Oh, looks like we got ourselves some monsters nearby. How are your health and stamina looking? Be sure to keep tabs on your status while out in the field. When you're ready, let's head up this way, and this time, time to really get the show on the road. Yes, of course. Green health bar is your top health gauge. Health, and you'll faint. When you faint, you'll be taken back to the main camp. Yellow bar is your stamina gauge, which drains when you perform various actions. Stamina refills naturally, but the length of your stamina gauge may shrink over time. Consume food items and rations to replenish it. Coming in contact with Spirit Fire during your quest will increase your maximum health and stamina, the amount by which will increase based on the pedal ace you have equipped. So basically, it's just a bonus.
Hmm.
Yo, my favorite pupil.
A gnarly pack of Izuchi. Alright, there's 3 of them. Go take them out for me. Don't hold back just because they're small now. They can be skillful and ruthless. Just remember your training and you'll be golden. Yeah, my training. Now ready your weapon nice and steady. Take them down 1 attack at a time. Training, right. I am super fucking slow.
Yeah, it's a great sword after all.
I wasn't expecting the slow walk though. I was like, I thought it would be a little bit faster.
That's my ace. Ready to thrash?
Sweet, awesome job there, Ace. I feel like I didn't do much. I hit him twice and they died. Oh, and don't forget to harvest materials for monsters. They can be used to upgrades at the smithy. When you're done carving, come see me. With weapon sheathed carve. Okay, got it.
I'll help myself, thank you.
Mega potion. Wait. Hang on. No, I see I can't even run while I have the weapon out. It just gets rid of it.
Good job.
Hmm.
Well, that's cool and all.
Should I give you some tips for the greatsword then? Your strongest attack is a special combo you do. So you have a charge attack from Y, right?
Yeah.
Then if you either do press B during the charge, you'll tackle, or just finish the charge attack first. Then if you pull back and then press Y again as soon as possible, you go to second charge state. And then if you either do another tackle or attack, and then push back and charge up a third time, and then, well, drop it right before it or it had attack right before it hits overcharge.
Good job.
You'll do an attack that does fairly insane damage.
Okay, you said a lot there. So, if I'm charging, shoulder tackle.
Okay, so if you're charging and press B, you'll do a tackle.
Right.
Which gives you some iframes, I think. It's been a while. But if you, as soon as either the tackle or charge attack lands, if you pull back on the joystick and then press Y again to start charging, you'll do a second charge. You'll see the stance changes.
Okay, the stance did change. I was holding back.
Yes. And then you can do it a third time, and it'll see another stance. Let's see.
here.
Yeah, it's backwards compared to which direction your character's facing, I think.
I'm trying to get the timing.
Hey. It is fairly immediately afterwards.
Good job.
Here we go. And then when that one finishes, you'll see so you don't want to press it until it automatically attacks. You'll want to do it right before. It should be 3 ticks.
Interesting.
And if you connect to the first hit of the final attack of the final charge attack, the last hit of it will deal extra damage as well. It's one of the most damaging moves in the game.
Just as I expected from my star pupil. That was an incredible hunt. Was it, though? If there's something you think you could have done better, don't worry. After all, you're just getting started. Now then, let's head back to camp. It looks like we're kind of far away from it. But no big deal. Use fast travel and you'll be back to camp in no time. I'm going to go ahead. See you there. Well, that's not what I thought it was. There it is. Oh, you got to hold it down.
Hmm.
Hey, hero.
Congratulations, you completed this basic training quest. Now I'm proud to send you out in the field as a full-fledged hunter. You've learned well, but keep in mind, Elder Fugen and I expect much from you.
Sure thing.
If you ever feel like going over your basic training again, all you need to do is accept this quest from Hinoa. I'd be happy to guide you through it again. Let's not and say we did. Also, I want my animals. Oh yeah.
Another successful hunt!
We didn't hunt anything. We literally slapped some monsters that just happened to be out there around us. Just like, yeah, woo! What? Take all, I guess?
Yes. Usually quicker thing.
Is there any reason I would want to sell all for any reason?
Not for the most part. That's just like, especially this early, you want to just get parts so you can craft more stuff.
I don't know what any of this means. I got the money part. I don't know what Kimura points are.
It's essentially a secondary currency used for example, making equipment for your companions. Or, for example, when you eat food, you can either pay with Zeni, which is the money, or Kimura points.
And what's a Kimura amulet?
Kimura, that's just like an achievement, just like completing the.
Obtained an award. Got it. Okay. So it's just like a trophy thing.
Basically.
Well, Fali, I see Utsushi's little quest was no match for you. I expect nothing less. What you learned today was the very essence of hunting. Wherever the hunt takes you, those lessons will always hold true. Now, Hinoa should have some one-star quests ready for you. Well, get to it and happy hunting. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Hey, listen. How am I treating you? There's something I'd like you to do on top of your normal monster hunting duties, that is. If you ever hear of any villagers having trouble, I want you to lend them an ear. If you can help them, lend them a hand too. I know it's all sudden and all, but don't worry, I got something nice and easy for you to get used to. Need you to bring me something. Can you do that? Come back to me when you say me when you're ready. Okay. Requests are a type of side quest from people around the village indicated with blue speech bubbles, slaying small monsters, delivering an item, or otherwise fulfilling the facility wishes. You receive various rewards. Remember to talk to the person after completing the quest. Deliveries require that the amount you deliver from the requester. Talking to the requester, you can also use a list. Yeah. One well done steak. I feel like I could just buy that somewhere.
Later.
Hello there, Folly. I've been waiting for you. Just gotten the vital, no crucial, no paramount. Just hit up gathering house. You can go hunting party together. Yeah, about that. I got some bad news for you. You see, when the rampage is near, it's forbidden for hunters to leave Kimura. Outside hunters won't be able to help you either. In other words, Kimura is offline. But if you want to form a party, I have a special type of message that can send to get hunters to hightail it here. If I send the message, Kimura will be online. Hunters will be able to enter. Just don't ask me how it works. I couldn't understand it myself. Something to do with spider webs. Anywho, Come to me whenever you want to swap between offline and online. By the way, did you talk with Minato about online quests yet? If you haven't, better get your tail in gear so you can go hunting with all your friends. Anyway.
How are you today?
How'd everything go with Master Utsushi's quest? I know. The basics are, well, basic. But you gotta have a sturdy foundation before you can build, right? Take Bunny Dongo, for example. Yomogi puts as much effort into selecting ingredients as she does preparing them. Anyway, I know you're not here to talk Dongo. You're here to talk quests, and lucky for you, I've got some 1-star quests ready to go. You know, questing is kind of like climbing a mountain. Keep completing them, and before you know it, you'll be at the top. And just like a mountain, there's more than one way to the top. Pick the quest right for you and forge your own path. But you're going to have to stay right here and listen to me blabber about Bunny Dongo if you don't hurry up and pick a quest.
Bunny Dongo are a taste of heaven.
She wasn't lying. She just literally started talking about Bunny Dongo. I guess the first mission didn't count for me searching, or how does this work? Do I have to activate them?
Yeah, you have to activate them. You can have up to 5 active at the same time.
Have a look.
Do I want to go through the training quests?
It could be an idea just like to get should I get like a shock when like something happens later?
Don't forget to eat.
So like learning to ride, for example. We'll see soon, but
Every time this happens.
Monsters, their eyes shining bright. Courageous hunters, looking for a fight. This is where they clash, their spirits alight.
I'm curious if we go to the Japanese if it actually rhymes or if it's just like...
I shan't lose! If it isn't Kimura's right,
I don't know actually.
Came here about learn about wyvern riding? Huh? Awesome. Well, I'm happy to show you how. Let's start off with the basics. Wyvern riding is a gnarly technique that uses iron silk to bend a monster to your will. While wyvern riding, you can force the monster to attack other monsters or even slam it into walls, dealing massive damage. Now there are a few steps you gotta take to successfully hang 10 on a monster. And that's what we'll be practicing today. So once you're good to go, head on down and give more advice or more info on what you do. Step what you do. Control a monster with iron silk. Hold RB and press left stick to move. Attack with B and Y. Evade with A. X to dismount and launch monster forward. The monster will take damage and topple over if it collides with a wall or an obstacle. If you launch the monster you're mounted on at another monster, you can force that monster into a mountable state, letting you hop on and take control. So, if I launch the monster I'm riding at another monster and put the other monster in a mountable state, is that what it's saying?
Yes. Though if you have like,
yeah,
if you have gotten a monster to a mountable state, doesn't matter if you actually mounted it or not. It'll take some time before you can get in, back to that state again.
Attacking other monsters while wyvern riding refills your wyvern riding gauge. When this has been completely filled, you can unleash a mounted Punisher. However, once the gauge is full, it will begin to diminish until it's empty. So make sure you pull off your mounted Punisher before it runs out. Wyvern riding timer shows how long you can stay mounted. The timer will tick down as time passes or you're attacked by other monsters. Once the time is up, you'll be bucked off the mount. So try to execute a mounted Punisher or a monster launch before then. Attacks and flinches while monster or wyvern riding will be cancelled by pressing A. executing evade or emergency evade commands, just as you're attacked by another monster will stun it, allowing you to shrug off an attack. Type of attacks available in Wyvern Riding differ for each monster. Using different combinations of Y and B as well as the left stick will open up new attacks, so ride everything and attack, attack, attack. No fall damage?
No full damage.
Okay.
Hanging in there?
Ready for a ride, Ace? Here's the rundown. First, in order to Wyvern Ride, you'll need to get a monster to the mountable state. There are lots of ways to accomplish this, but first, let's give the old Wirebug Silk Bind method a shot. If you keep attacking a monster using Silk Bind attacks, it'll eventually get all tangled up and become mountable. Since you'll be using a Wirebug for this, it'll consume your Wirebug gauge. Just like wire dashing, mind your gauge. Silkbug works differently with each weapon type, so try them all out. You want to take a sec to practice? Let me know when you've read your fill. Rapid aerial maneuvers with wire dash, whip out weapon-specific gambits with silk bind, or regain composure with wind from wirefall. Exhausted Wirebug gauge will recover over time. You can build or use again. Decrease consumption time and need to recover. Gauge by 1. Technique commonly used by Kimura hunters. Use wirebugs to zip through the air. Quickly target males. Yep, got that. Well, hold on. Weapon drawn. Am I doing it wrong?
Wait, for what? The Wirebug move?
Oh, I got it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's just a shoulder charge. That's not...
That's a power up kind of thingy.
Because that one seems better to me.
One of them is attack, while other is a buff.
What is... I don't know what the buff is, though.
Let's see. For the Great Sword. Let's see. I think I need to equip one where I can read it.
Because it puts my weapon back on my back whenever I do it. It just does some sort of...
It boosts your attack power for a short period of time. Just a general attack power boost, basically.
But so here I'm going to draw the weapon. I'm going to do the attack that it's supposed to be. Like that right there. It buffs me, but then I've got to redraw the weapon?
Wait, hold on. Let's see. I'm just gonna check something. So
That's it.
you should have a normal attack of that much. Don't think it's too significant, like at lower level. So I won't worry about that right now.
Alright.
That's it.
Again, I don't really use a lot of greatsword, so I couldn't tell you about it.
That's fine. You're all clear on how to use the silkbind technique? Yeah, the only good one is my Y. Alright then, next up it's time to practice the most excellent endemic life form, the puppet spider. There's a puppet spider right over there.
Sure thing.
In skillful hands, the sticky, sturdy, silky strands of this spider produces can be used to make a monster mountable. When it comes to mounting monsters, you can use the silk bind technique or a puppet spider. Either works. Approach a mountable monster and attack it, or press B while your weapon sheathed to start wyvern riding. So you're clear on how to start wyvern riding? Cool! Now all that's left is to try out the reel and see what method fits your style. Give it a shot. Good. I prepared an Arzuros just for the occasion. Both methods work, so just focus on getting it to the mountable state first.
That's it. Give it a try. These are the hunting bases.
My spider! Get monsters in a mountable state by attacking them with a wire bug, jumping attacks, or silk bind moves, letting them fight each other, or certain endemic life. Approach a monster in the state, land a blow, or sheath your weapon, press B to start weapon. Yes. Firebug, jumping attack, and silk bind moves inflict damage that can put monsters in mountable state, is therefore displayed as special damage.
Sweet. Wyvern ride time.
Learn how it's done.
Look at this. Listen up. Careful.
Time will increase for your training without the
Excellent.
field. Oh, I see.
Well done.
Evades are nuts. What am I evading right now?
Nothing.
Oh, I just wanted... Okay, there's a standard evade and there's an emergency
Move
evade.
on.
Pressing X launches the monster you mounted, sending it hurling towards obstacles, inflicting serious damage, toppling it over. Make sure you aim for a wall and obstacle, which the monster will maximum damage. Launch your monster into a wall or obstacle, press A to regain footing. This consumes wirebug gauge.
Give it a try. Go. Great.
This'll do for now.
That's it. Time to thrash. Show me your moves. Give it a try. Listen up. Careful. Give it a try.
Once your wirebug grinding gauge is full, press Y plus B to perform devastating mounted punisher. Mounted punisher is available. You can wipe with B to topple monsters without fail. This fighting fast, evasive monsters, topple them first to ensure that you are able to land a coup de grace.
Excellent.
Farewell, monster.
Listen up.
I understand
That's all.
nothing. All I get is that you get to mount a monster and then you get to swing with the monster, and that's all I got.
It's not gonna be like more situational thing that's gonna happen sometimes during combat. Like sometimes two monsters will go against each other, so you can use one of them to attack your targets. Or if it's only your target and there's walls close, you can just slam it into multiple walls and it'll be knocked over for some seconds.
Gotcha. Hello, Harper. How you doing?
Yeah, Harper.
Oh, hello.
I wonder if they count as large monsters. I don't know what the difference is.
Between large monsters and small monsters?
Yeah, basically.
Well, small are like the Isuchi you met first. But large monsters are the big ones, the ones you can usually wipe and ride. Usually those are the ones you get quests for when there's only like one monster to hunt. If there's multiple, there's usually just a smaller monster.
Gotcha. These quests are free. Explore without a time limit. Fainting won't also cause you to fail them. So they take greater opportunities. Gather material, take pictures. You can return to the village by selecting complete quests from the start menu. As time passes during your expedition now, small monster challenges, race, and surges in resources such as honey may occur.
Minosho hardly has any time for herself over at the hub.
Locale information from the quest menu. Start. Got it. But I have another training quest. The basics of capturing monsters. Let's go.
Good luck.
Let us begin!
Hey, hero.
Hey Ace, ready to capture some monsters? Good, because it's time to learn. You're going to start off simple and practice the fundamentals today. When you hunt a monster, you can either slay it or capture it alive. Capturing a monster is more complicated than slaying, but you can get materials you wouldn't normally get by carving. It's also faster than slaying a monster, so it cuts down on hunting time too.
Right.
There are 3 major steps to a successful capture. First, thrash the monster until it's weakened. Pretty simple, right? Then, use a trap to restrain the weakened monster. Finally, toss some trank bombs at the monster trap monster until it passes out, and bam, success. Everything's clear so far. If not, don't worry, I'll walk you through it. First off, go grab all the items you'll need for capturing from the supply box. Once you're all stocked up, head down and I'll be waiting for you. To capture a large monster, you want to weaken it, lure it to a trap, and then sedate it with items such as trank bombs. You cannot carve from these monsters. As a reward for capturing, you may receive materials that are rarely or never available from carving. Give it a try when you're gathering materials. You can toss trank bombs to the ground by pressing X. You can also aim with LT and then press X to throw the item. Throw them in that direction. Got it. Yes, this, and this, of course. Whee! Alright.
Ready to thrash?
Looks like you got everything you need. Nice! Okay, before we start, how about you try them out? You can also use shock and pitfall traps when you want to slay a monster. A monster that can't move equals prime thrashing time. So wait, the other traps will just kill it?
No. You can use both. I think you can use both traps for capture. It just shock traps way quicker to set up.
Why does it say want to slay a monster though?
Oh, it's more like you can, if you use a trank bomb, still capture it. You can use traps just like to help with immobilizing the monster.
I see. I thought you had to trap it and then trank it.
You can actually trank it and then trap it, but you have to make sure the trank doesn't run out in time. But you have like what, 1 minute I think?
I have no idea. Today you'll get an in-depth understanding of how to use them. Trank bombs are used to put on weakened monster to sleep. But remember, monsters have been caught in a trap or have to be caught in a trap or weak enough. Otherwise, this item does absolutely nothing. I think that's enough explanation. You ready to thrash? Good, because it's time for a test. I've been preparing Azuros just for this occasion. To start, attack the monster to weaken it. Once the monster is weak enough, a blue icon will appear under the target icon. Keep an eye out for it. Out in the field, weakened monsters will limp away from a fight. Be careful not to attack the monster too much or you'll end up slaying it. For this training session, I'll let you know when to use a trap, so get to thrashing.
Let's do this! Give it a try. Attention, please!
Let us begin!
That's it!
Is there a way to lock onto a target?
Some humans could learn from you.
I think R3 is usually the way.
It's not for me right now.
Again, I don't really use lock on. I usually just follow L2 maybe. I don't really know though.
Because right now I'm just swinging in a random direction. It's just like, that's somewhere I want to aim. Right? Oh, wire fall. Got it.
Any last words?
You determine a larger monster condition by the color of the eye icon next to the yellow. Notice the hunter is on guard. Red actively aggressive toward the hunter. Purple is on the move, but still aggressive. Monster cell falls below a certain threshold. The blue icon will appear. Large monster will eventually tire out. After lots of violent activity, tired monsters start slobbering, moving sluggishly, strike less ferociously, and become more susceptible to traps, creating openings for perceptive hunters. Keep attacking, they'll enrage, become faster and more dangerous. Gotcha. Capture a monster, you'll need two types of items. First, a pitfall or shock trap. Second, a trank item. Catch a weakened monster in a trap, then hit them with a trank bomb or trank ammo a couple of times to seal the deal.
Excellent! Give it a try. Break!
Place the down, our chance!
Stand your toes! Once more from the top. Listen up! Break!
I put down a trap!
Excellent!
Give it all you've got!
That's my ace!
Victory!
Listen up!
Yeah.
Pure perfection!
I understand nothing. Sure, take all. Money, more Kimura points. Wow, they're level 3 now. I guess they got better stats.
Yes, and well, especially for Palico, will like learn more skills and have more stuff for, well, the gathering thingy.
Hey,
Fail to make your means of protection seriously, it won't last long on the field.
Yeah.
Can't imagine why. Improve your armor by upgrading it here at the Smithy. Make sure to bring needed armor spheres with you. I'll start you off with a few, just as a beginner's gift. Use them to upgrade your gear.
bye. How are you doing?
You can register any equipment that you'd like to forge or upgrade at the wish list of the Smithy. Once you collect all the materials needed for the wish list item, you will be notified with a message. Hover over any equipment with the forge and the wish list. Okay, got it.
Are you foraging or upgrading?
Use the armor spheres you have to upgrade a points, level piece, improve the item's defense without changing its appearance. Maximum level each push will vary, level cap will increase as you progress. In addition, different armor spheres will grant different amounts of points. Is there any reason I would want to upgrade any of the starter armor?
Not like the one you start with completely.
Hunters literally
And
take hours. I'm used
that
to it.
depends. There's some of the monsters in the final low rank that could be an idea just to have a slightly upgraded armor, but again, armor spheres aren't that hard to get a hold of later in the game anyway.
I'm just wondering if I should ignore most of this for now.
I would say armor spheres aren't worry. You can't really craft a lot of armor either, so
Blunt severing. Right. I know all about that.
Haste makes waste. Take all the time you need.
for the insects, it's more just if you use blunt damage, it's easy to KO a monster. If you use slashing damage or severing, it's easy to cut tails.
Upgraded weapons can be rolled back to their original state. Choose the weapon with the yellow icon next to the Smithy's weapon tree. Select rollback to return the weapon to the way it was prior to upgrading. Materials spent for the upgrade will be recouped. Some of scraps of material type items are used. Forged weapons cannot be rolled back.
Some hunters literally take hours. I'm used to waiting.
Yeah, forged weapons are essentially, there's some points in the weapon tree you can just skip. You can like use a bit more materials and you can just skip straight to it, rather than having to craft like the whole from the first iron or bone weapon until you get to that.
Gotcha. But I can make a defender.
Defender, it's easy to get ready for Iceborne, but when you're learning the game, especially this first time, I would recommend just going with everything except for the defender stuff.
So any
Because
other greatsword but the defender.
Yes, because defender, as you see it, its stats are really high compared to the other stuff.
Yeah, is that a bad thing?
It's more like hunts are gonna be quicker, of course.
Yeah.
But that depends on the person. But some people I know struggle with later quest stuff because, suddenly hunts aren't as easy because the weapons don't do that much damage compared to the monsters anymore. Well, if you were to use all the Chimera or the bone or the tree weapons, you have more like a damage that is more suitable for the rank of the monster, I guess.
Okay.
Come to me if you need new gear.
Sure. I don't know.
I mean, it is your choice.
I just don't. I have no idea. Wait. They're already accepted. Yeah, because I haven't gone on the field yet. Okay. Key quest completed. Deliver.
So yeah, the quest with like a red mark are quick quests.
Yeah.
You only need to complete 2 of them technically to go to like an emergency quest that will progress you even further. Of course, you can just do all of them before doing the emergency quest.
If you
That's
can't pick
also
one, just go take a stroll or
there
even
if you
nap.
want to.
Slow and steady wins the race. Be careful out there.
The hunt is on!
Upon initially visiting a new location, your map in that area will be obscured by fog. This fog will be dispelled as you explore the locale. Unknown monsters or monsters that you never hunted before are indicated with a generic icon on your map. However, once you come in contact with a monster, the generic icon will be replaced by a monster's unique icon, and your Kahoot will mark it for you on your map. From that point on, the unique icon will be displayed on your map from the start of the quest. Specific items, account items will be automatically delivered upon gathering the you'll need to be delivered to supply boxes that cannot be fit in your item pouch. While carrying transport items, you can deliver them by pressing A.
Listen up!
Where deliverable materials are. Let's see. I feel like I went too far down. Oh well.
Run!
Delivery complete.
It'll be delivered automatically. Thanks. Preach.
Let me tell you, that's like a fairly new addition as well. I bought Monster Generations Ultimate
Yeah.
some weeks back, which is I think it's a game before World, and you had to go manually back to deliver it, and you had way less like movement options. It feels so much slower compared to World and Rise.
All according to plan!
Wow!
So I see like there's the stamina in red, but there's a max limit that's lower. Does that get replenished by resting or something, or what?
So the 3 colors, of course, the yellow part is of course just how much you have right now.
Right.
The red is your current maximum, but you have to either eat rations or well done steaks to get to that part. And the white part, if you collect enough of the yellow spirit birds, it'll increase your total maximum up till that maximum. So the part that's red would even go even further. So if you like try to take one of your rations and eat it now, you'll see your yellow would go up a bit.
Jewel lilies where you can place great wire bugs that you received in the village. You can confirm how many great wire bugs you have in your item pouch. If you have any great wire, cannot travel from jewel lilies. Some jewel lilies, however, have a wire bug in them from the start. I'm gathering all the shit.
All according to plan!
That looks like a snake. That's what I mean about the targeting. It's like I should be hitting this, but it's not actually doing it.
Yeah, so the snake isn't a thing you can attack.
Looks useful. Let's keep
It's similar to the spider you picked up earlier. The snake should be able to act as a sort of antidote. If you place it on the ground, pick it up and place it again.
That's key bindings. It's under camera?
What you're looking for?
Like a lock-on option or something, but like I'll get there eventually. It's just like I need to figure out what that is.
Right.
A major step forward.
Start lugging.
Theories bound to the reason the gold egg shines. Account item. How do I bring it back? Do I have to run all the way back to the base?
Yes. We just got to place it back into that chest.
How do I get back there?
You can climb that wall, like the part you jumped down.
Pay attention to your stamina.
Did I lose the egg because I put it down?
Yes.
What?
Yep. Welcome to Monster Hunter.
I don't. What does that? Oh my god! I put it down for a second. It's just like, nope, it's gone now. All right, cool.
Yeah, eggs and like those things you had to transport. Fortunately, they made it so they just instantly break. There was a quest back in Monster Hunter World where you had to take a wyvern egg from a nest in the top of a tree. But as soon as you take it, Rathalas, one of the, well, the king of the sky, just starts attacking you.
So I can't ride the dog. I just have to run with this damn egg in my arms.
Right.
And then somehow figure out a way to get back up to the base, which is up a mountain like side. Why? Like, now that I know I have to do it, I want it, but I don't have any understanding of why I want it. Because I can't pick up anything else. That was too high, I get. I don't understand. I don't get it.
A major step forward. Looks useful. That's one down. Excuse me.
So far I've got 2 spawn locations and it reset because I went back to the main base. Is that what I'm doing? Just resetting the spawns?
For the egg, you mean, or?
No, for the fire lanterns I'm collecting, I guess.
Usually they should just take some time to recover.
Because I think what this thing wants me to do is explore and try to find other locations, but I don't know. I don't know what you're looking for.
Excuse me.
Erp.
Fun enough, I think that quest was actually a thing. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I used that one to reset another farming method of mine, actually. That one quest you're doing right now.
According to plan.
Okay, cannot go in there.
Let's see what nature has in store for us. Excuse me.
Let's keep it up.
I'm eating the rations. Not what I want. That's not what I wanted. There it is. I fucked up like 3 times in a row there.
A major step forward.
So for you, when you want to
I shall put this to good use.
lock on, is there you don't lock on normally?
Not usually, no.
Really?
All according to plan.
Like, for me, it's like I sometimes I try to target specific parts of the
I'll
monster.
help myself, thank you.
So locking on would, come in the way of that. And well, if the monster jumps like in a place where camera is not, I'll just try to turn and adapt to it.
What's this?
Let's keep it up.
It's down here? Yes.
A major step forward.
I'm just collecting whatever. I don't even know what half of you do.
Mission accomplished. Ka!
Bombberry. herb.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I think literally the reason these quests exist is just like, hey, go to these locations to figure it out. Okay, and I can run up. It's just faster if I lose stamina. While in the field, you come across shrubs of plants called sending sprigs. Attack these bushes to cut them down and reveal any spear birds hiding inside them. Hunting helper scouts will be helpful this way. Okay. Am I always going to be this slow, or does this get faster?
Greatsword is a fairly slow weapon.
I guess so.
Though again, I think Monster Hunter, it's less now with Rise. Monster Hunter has always been like a game with a lot of commitment to the attacks, no matter the weapon type. But like, well, dual blades and long swords and those weapons are less commitment than, well, a great sword or a heavy bowgun.
While exploring the region, you may come across a subcamp can be set up. As is, the site will be unusable. However, you can accept Kaguru, the merchant's quest related to that site, and complete it and unlock the subcamp in that area. You can fast travel to subcamps. Just like main camp, subcamps have tent where you can eat, change equipment, and use the buddy board. However, subcamps do not have a supply box, and items cannot be delivered for delivery quests. Fuck.
Oh,
What's useful?
Well, that's not what I wanted at all. Is it below?
Excuse me. Victory!
Okay. Just gonna nod my head.
Laughably easy!
Yeah, take all of that. Might you spare a moment? I could, I guess.
Have a look at my wares.
Yeah, subcamp location assurance, yes. Elder Fugan has asked me to help set up a camp up. Be able to do so, I may request your aid in securing the surrounding area. Having that subcamp should also be assistant for you in your expeditions. Think of it as a mutually beneficial agreement of sorts.
Come back anytime.
How about this weather?
Well, I definitely got some armor spheres out of that.
Which quest would you like? Good luck.
Yeah, totally.
The hunt is on! Listen up!
Let us move! All according to plan! I shall put this to good use. A major step forward! I'll help myself, thank you.
I'm gonna kill them all. Kill them all. Sorry, I don't know why that song was in my head, but hey, it was there. Let's see. I guess since there's... Oh, it's dead. Yeah, cool.
Sorry, but duty calls.
I say this. I think it's just showing the old body, right? It's like it's not actually there anymore.
Yes, some of them sometimes like showing if you have looted all the bodies.
What on earth am I doing?
Looks useful. All according to plan. I'll help myself, thank you. I shall put this to good use.
Good thing these aren't too tough. Just a couple of hits and just like, they're done. Whack. Alright, whack.
A major step forward.
And off they sprint.
I'll help myself, thank you.
But not before I carve this one to death. Let's go.
Oh, I think I just figured out target or lock on.
Yeah.
If you use the right stick and you say like the icon for the monster with a highlighter, if you then use just like the button you used to,
I shall put this to good use.
was it left bumper, and just press it, it should automatically lock onto the monster for readjustment.
So right
I'll help myself, thank
stick
you.
and bumper?
Right. I think right stick only works for the bigger monsters, not for small monsters.
I see.
Usually, if there's a large monster, you'll see like a sort of frame around them to show them that's the one you're targeting.
Let's keep it up. Mission accomplished. Sorry, but duty calls.
Izuchi.
I'll help myself, thank you. Sorry, but duty calls.
Damn, that thing dead.
Pay attention to your stamina.
I'm gonna keep doing that on accident. I'm sorry, a what now? Peeper sex. Oh, they cause stamina down.
Excuse me. It's over. I'll help myself, thank you. I shall put this to good use. Laughably easy!
Yeah, sure, I got the hides and the scales and the claws and yeah, all of that stuff. And they reached level 4 somehow. Alright, sure. Mogi over at the TSAP has been looking for you. Seemed upset over something. Go check on her, would you?
Oh, hello.
Right on 3 monsters. Well, I have to get something big enough, don't I?
Let's see.
Like the little ones wouldn't.
Wait, yeah. So that's just like the large monsters.
Here's the quest list. Come again.
I don't know what these event quests are. I guess I'm just going to accept them all. I don't know. Wait. Accept all. There we go. I was like, I'm missing something here. Palico Yasu and Palico Mimi. Meow limit?
Oh yeah, so that's like if you go to the Buddy Plaza, you can hire them. I think those are like, I guess like they are sort of like preset, pre-made thing. Not too sure about that.
Have you heard the terrible news? There's a real emergency. Ow! I bit my tongue. Ow! Oh, right. The news. A great Itsuchi is tearing up the shrine ruins. It's terrible carnage. Okay, slight exaggeration, but they're really a great Itsuchi, and it's parked its stupid monster butt right on our main trade route. Please, you gotta get rid of it. If you don't, my supply of dongo ingredients won't get delivered. Please? Oh, thank you so much. I love you. Listen. Yamogi. We just met, like, yesterday. You can't just say that. Okay. Hunting graded sushi is now urgent request that you can accept from Hineo. And she'll want me to accept it because she wants her fucking dongo.
Yep.
When did I get a well-done steak? Where did I get that from?
You used the motley mix, didn't you?
I don't know what I used. I don't think it helps more out, but sometimes they need a little helping hand, well-armed one, if you know what I mean. How about let it one to your fellow citizens? Sure, your relationship strengthens Kambura. Hey, 10 potions, nice. I'm sure I'll use all of them. She's literally gonna sell me the exact thing. It's real bad.
How are you today?
Urgent request has just been issued. Urgent quests need to be taken care of ASAP, and if you don't, things get real bad. Like, real bad. And right now, things look grim. Yamogi ran over and told me that Great Itsuchi is blocking an important trade route near the shrine ruins. It's not any old trade route. It's one merchant used to bring the ingredients for Bunny Dongo! Oh no, we might actually have run out of Bunny Dongo. I feel faint. You gotta get rid of that monster. But be careful, Great Atsushi usually have a band of mini Atsushi in tow. They can gang up on you if you don't watch out. Okay, get out there and save our Dongo.
Make sure to check the special quest as well. Don't forget to eat. I have a special quest for you.
I know you do.
I'll be here if you need me.
First comes the Vanguard, unstoppable tank. Then comes a second, attacking the flank. Finally, the General, the highest in rank. A trio of blades, swift as a gale.
That
They
poor
cut
chicken.
to the bone and kill without fail.
Trinity of Terror. There's only 3?
Hmm?
Said Trinity of Terror.
Hmm. I mean, it's more just the fact that it hurts in packs usually. So for some of those early ones, you see, like the great, everyone has like great in its name, just basically because they were like alpha, I guess, in its pack.
Mm-hmm.
Let us move!
Something tells me I can't climb up that way. Probably this way, though. Getting the jump button correct is like another whole thing. It's just like, which one? That one? This one? I'm so used to it being like A or something. It's just like, no, that's not it at all.
Yeah.
Looks useful.
Damn, that thing's on the move.
Are you ready? A major step forward. Sorry, but duty calls. help myself, thank you.
Monster fluid. Okay.
These are the hunting bases.
There it is.
No more holding back! All according to plan. Brace yourself! Break this! Any last word?
Get after it!
Keep attacking! Let's keep it up! I shall put this to good use.
He's just gonna run around in a circle, so I might
Pay
as well
attention
just
to
take
your
the short way.
stamina.
Run!
So what's the difference between a potion and a first aid net?
Difference between those?
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, I think potions are, well, what you craft yourself and such. Well, first aid made just usually what you can get from like the quest chest in the beginning. And if you don't use those items, like you'll see like gray icon in one of the corners. Those are basically quest items. If you don't use them, they'll be returned to the guild at the end of the mission quest. So it's just like you kind of lose it, but you won't lose it at the same time. Like you won't be able to use it anymore.
What am I looking at? What is that icon over there?
Which icon? The
There's like an orange thing that's running to 6 right now. Zone 6.
Grade 6. Oh, that's a lucky life. So you can find either that owl or another bird. That if you go up to it and like interact with it, it'll boost your items at the end of the quest and such.
I have to kill it?
No, just like you basically pick it up like you would pick up any herb or something like that. You just need to get to exactly where it is. It'll usually just be perched on some cliff side or something you can reach with a bit of movement.
I see it. Do you have to sneak up on it or just catch it?
I just to it. Like it should land soon. There we go. Just interact with it.
Fortune feather.
So that should increase the amount of zenny you get at the end of the quest.
I see, I see.
Oh, this is bad.
I don't have anything. This.
Don't let it get away! Run! Looks useful.
Now's your chance.
No more holding back! Take this! After it!
Okay, so went down over here.
Excuse me.
Mofo's fast too.
polish. Any last words? That's one down. This is gonna hurt. Take this. Be careful.
It's the wrong command. I need to do the other one.
You're done for.
Remember that you could just like the angle is from just slightly when you're charging.
Thanks for the support.
Yeah, I know that. It's a little hard, again, like, to hit him, like, in the first place, because I'm trying to, like, manually aim it.
Victory.
Also, I didn't have any traps, because I did want to trap it or something, but I was like, didn't have
I'll
nothing.
help myself, thank you. I shall put this to good use. I'll help myself, thank you.
I got a hide, and a pelt, and everything else. It's great.
A major step forward.
My favorite thing is that when you carve a tail and get two tails from it.
The second tail. It's my favorite one.
Another successful hunt.
Yeah, I want all of that. Again, like, most of that, I have no idea what the hell it does. I don't know what it's for. Guild card titles.
Nice.
The savor of the mochi. I don't know. Can't say I've seen anyone put more enthusiasm in hunting a graded Zuchi. You had a real talent, but you're putting all those other hunters to shame. You could even be, Look at me here, rambling on like an old fool I am. Pretend you heard nothing, okay? Anywho, now that you handled that urgent quest, Fanoa has 2-star quests ready to roll. Why don't you go check them out? I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to. They're safe. The Buddy Dongo are safe.
How may I help you? Take care.
Hi. Yep.
Helmet gear ideas, stuff that could be big help when you're out hunting. I've managed to complete one thing I'm proud of, but I really need someone to test it out for me. It's a little finicky, though. Someone able to properly train a Palamute. You can train one of your Palamutes, I'd be happy to give it to you. What do you think? Raise a Palamute to level 5. Healing Blade Scroll, Diversion Scroll. I think I can do that.
See you. Oh, it's you. Huh?
Might not get experience the thrill of being a buddy, but that's okay. She's my little puppy wuppy. She keeps me company. Some rule says all canines have to go out on hunts. One path isn't right for you, there will always be another better suited for you that you can take.
Good luck.
How about this weather,
Crisis averted, and now as a reward, Defender of the Dongo, you can take 2-star quests.
It's a good day for a hunt.
Right. I don't think I've seen a single mining thing as of yet.
Which quest would you like? Be careful out there.
I shan't lose! Excuse me.
Another wire bug. Yay.
Looks useful. All according to plan. Excuse me.
Can I go in here? I can. That's awesome.
Nice. Usually if you go into that one from the opposite side, you'll glide down and get like a huge speed bonus when you get out. Or like, yeah, you just like get thrown out of it.
Speed bonus, huh?
It's more like just momentum will carry you out of it fairly quickly.
That's 2 down.
I shall put this to good use. I'll help myself, thank you.
So is there like any armor or any other things I should be focusing on? Like,
I guess you like when you come back from quest, you can go to blacksmith and like check in with them, just like to see. Early,
Sorry,
like the
but
defense
duty calls.
itself, you shouldn't worry too much about. You're using great sword, so just like some basic skills should be fine. Just like attack up and just move up the skills that gives critical stuff.
really, no defense at all.
Like, so for me, for example, since I use a lot of switch hacks, for me, for example, some of the skills I'm looking for is something called Evade Extender, which basically means when I evade, the distance will be even greater. It's fairly good for switch hacks since switch hacks has a side hop rather than roll, if you do it right after attacking. And so extending how far that is really good for me. And then there's also a skill exclusive for force, which actually is called actually I can't remember now, but it basically means playing the style as a call, switching between axe and sword mode is
I'll
just
help myself, thank you.
better than staying in one mode.
Mhm.
But for greatsword, there's nothing like unique in that sense.
Can't be the only great sword user though.
I shall put
No,
this to
greatsword's a
good
fairly
use.
popular weapon.
Looks useful.
Let's see, I can try like to find the some of those is
Again, it's like I want to use interesting weapons, but at the same time, I like big thing that hurt a lot. If I can hit them. Like it seems like my B move does a lot more horizontal work than the Y does.
yes.
I'll help myself, thank you.
Still, can't believe there's no lock on. That's kind of nuts.
I mean, there's like that quick adjust if you have a big monster.
Well, yeah, the quick adjust is fine, but it just basically points you at the monster, which I can just do. Like, that's not a big deal.
I mean, so this is a thing when you encounter like monsters like Tigrex, Nargacuga, Barriath, and some of those. Those are fairly quick monsters that can easily leap from one side of the screen to your back. And so for those monsters, being able to just do a quick adjust is way easier than manual adjusting your camera, I think. Because I didn't really know how you could do that quick adjust, so I've been getting used to just manually doing it.
Sorry, but duty calls.
See, as of last year, June of last year,
I shall put this to
Greatsword was
good
the
use.
5th most used weapon in Rise.
Huh. At least it's not
Long.
like
Long
out of
sword
all the
was,
weapons, that seems like it's middle of the pack. Because how many weapon types are there in this game?
14. So, longsword, dual blades, light bow gun, and bow are the 4 weapons that's more used than the greatsword.
Really, bowgun. People like their bowgun.
Light bow gun, mind you. Heavy bow gun is right under greatsword though, so like all the range in Rise. I think that's because one thing that's special for the range weapons in Rise compared to early games is the wire bugs. Gives, especially heavy bow gun, gives a skill we basically slide over the ground, covering some, well, ground. So it's easy to evade stuff now. Let's see, after heavy bow gun, you have switch axe, sword and shield, hunting horn, hammer, insect glaive, charge blade, gun lance, and lance, the 3 least used weapons.
Really?
And also the 3 weapons that seems to have gotten the worst of stuff when the expansion comes, as of what we know yet.
There's that much going against it, huh?
Yes. Longsword like got another counter and like some really fancy stuff.
Wait, it got a counter?
No, so longsword basically has a lot of kind of counters. So I guess
Field campaign really contains a series of old messages. These records contain kernels of history about the region. They can be viewed in your notebook in the hunter's notes. Cargo or the merchant seeing the author's interesting message. Try talking to somebody to come across one. Okay,
Useful.
cool. I got points.
Yes. So yes, longsword. Basically, the whole thing about that was building your spirit gauge and then unleashing it in a powerful attack, and that it's easy to build it through counters. So basically, for longsword, anytime you do an attack, you can go into sort of a reaction if you see an attack hit you, and if you get hit during that reaction, you'll do a counter, which you can go into attack to build the spirit
Sorry, but
gauge
duty calls.
to the next level.
I
And
shall
you have
put this
like,
to good use.
as far as I know, at least three counters in this game now. And they're giving you basically a fourth one, it seems, which, from what people say, it's similar to the charge attack for Greatsword.
Sorry, but duty calls.
I mean, that sounds really good, because I like the charge attack of the great sword.
Meanwhile, let's see what Lance got from this new update. It got a sort of dive attack that's similar to an insect wave.
What does stamina use down mean? I guess it just means I use less stamina?
So if you like just take those butterflies, or moths, whatever they are, you'll see your stamina is just gonna deplenish. Just gonna be used,
So
more
it's a
efficiently.
debuff. They are debuffs. Or are they
No,
buffs?
it's buffs.
Okay.
Mission accomplished.
Let's see.
A Brewhair hunting helper will enhance the effects of certain items when used while the Brewhair is inside the helper cage. The following items are affected: Potion, Mega Potion, Ration, Rare Steak, Burnt Meat, First Aid Med Plus, and Easy Ration.
Excuse me.
Is that only out in the field?
Yes.
Okay.
You can like find them widely. But so basically what Shield got is Greatsword's Shoulder Bash, just a Shield Bash instead. And sort of like attack where you used Wirebug to leap into air and then stab the lance back down, which kind of ruins the flow of the weapon. And it doesn't really have good,
I'll help myself.
like, there's
thank
like
you.
5 weapons that has better defense than the most defensive weapon in the game, like literally a lance and a shield. So yes, and gun lance as well. Unfortunately, it's called a gun lance, right?
I'll show you no mercy.
And you use the explosions for some of its attacks. Unfortunately, its strongest attacks are just the
shall
normal
put this to good
lance
use.
part of it. And it doesn't even have as good defense as the gun lance, so again,
Well, I can fish.
yes you can.
There's always time for fishing.
That was an interesting transition. The dog wasn't involved. The cat wasn't there. Learned Healing Bubble support move. Defense up, buddy skill. Critical up, buddy skill. Negate poison, buddy skill. I don't know what buddy skills are. I couldn't tell you.
I guess I can teach you about that if you don't give you a pop-up for that.
Yeah, we'll see here. Woof.
Hi.
Healing Blade Scroll, Diversion Scroll.
Bye.
Are those equipables?
Yes. So if you go to your equipment chest.
Okay, it's got to be in the chest. Got it.
I know, no, it's not a chest, but just if you go to it first.
Welcome to my shop.
And then you see like next to chest be like this kind of pole thingy.
Okay. Gee, old Mr. Fragments of smaller notes. So basically, collect all these ancient artifacts and runes and all that sort of stuff.
Come back anytime. Take care. Have a look at my wares. What are you looking for?
Gunpowder, level 2. Must have item for putting together pitfall traps and other kinds of traps. Huh.
What would you like to sell? See you later.
Alright, go into the box. Talismans are items grant skills when equipped. Only one may be equipped at a time. Change equipment function. Watch me have not had it on the entire time. Layered armor does not function like normal equipment, but instead allows you to change the look of your hunter without affecting your stats. To select or change your layered armor, navigate the layered armor settings in the item box. Yep,
So you see,
I
like,
didn't have anything on. Constitution and recovery up. Level 2. I guess that's stamina?
Constitution, yes, Constitution is related to stamina, and recovery up is, well, you know, like when you get hit, you have like the red health bar thingy. It basically means it's quicker to recover that part without having to use potions and anything, as long as you don't get hit. If I recall correctly. I'll say I really know all the skills in my head.
It's fine.
Do you
Guild
see, like,
cross coil. Is this armor? What is this?
Yes, so this again is to make it easier to get like quickly through the base game to prepare for the expansion.
I see.
You see, like, defense is way higher, and some skills as well is gonna help for some, just like a generic build.
But from what you're telling me, probably best to avoid using this, right?
For new players, like, I would recommend avoiding it. Yes, if you only like, so this is for example for the people that had, let's say for me, I bought this game on the Switch when it first came out there, and then when I heard about the expansion and such for the PC, or even before the PC, but I bought it for the PC later, and just like that makes it so I can easily get through.
There's also long barrels?
like-
What the hell?
So long barrels make it so certain ammo types deal with more damage.
No, I get what it does. It's just like, I'm surprised.
Right. So you see like that thing on the right of the chest?
This is just for looks, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So those poles that are sort of that you can see like both the polymute and the
Ah,
polycode.
the buddy board. 2 buddies to accompany you on your quests and you manage their equipment. Okay. So why would I ever swap from my buddies, though?
So you can hire other buddies. For example, you can hire a Palico with a different support type. Or in my case, I usually run with 2 Palicos and no Palamutes because I can get by without the movement thingy from the Palamutes.
This buddy can't remember anymore. Well, wait. If I remove it, it still can't remember it. So is it a level
Yeah,
thing?
he hasn't learned it. He hasn't learned it
level
yet,
10.
but that's
Got
level.
it. Okay.
That's also like why I might eventually change it because the equipped skills and such as well could be very different from each other. Although usually when you hire one, you can see what skills it's gonna learn. So
wait a minute. Does that get rid of the attack? It does. Why would I do that?
It can use generic attacks, but so for example the Steel Fang, that's attack where it jumps onto the monster and bites it. I think you've probably seen it, just not realized it.
Yeah, but why would I ever want to go to the scroll versus what it normally has?
Again, I don't really use Palamutes too much, but there's certain buffs to be gained for the Palamutes. And you'll be able to get other weapons as well, I think, later. Also, you were gonna check out armors, which I think as well, which is a blacksmith.
Yeah, I'll do that in a moment. Work with hunter to attack a bunch of basic hunting style. Stay with the hair's breadth of danger and attack at close range. I think that's fine. Attack all monsters indiscriminately. Prioritize attacking small monsters. Exclusively attack small monsters. I feel like having the Palico focus on the minions is like a lot better, especially since my hits do like a lot of damage to the big guys. Just having them get out of the way. But I don't know. Does it matter? Does it really affect the gameplay that much? Or is this just like minimal change?
I haven't really seen too much. Well, since using Greatsword as well, you just have a lot of white sweeping attacks. So small monsters, large monsters, you're probably gonna hit both of them anyway.
I'm just thinking I want the cat to get the small ones, because it's a lot easier to hit the big guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Dismiss buddy. Yeah, I can't get rid of my own. Why would I ever want to change from my own buddies? That makes no sense.
So when you hire, or like when you go to the Iori to hire stuff,
yeah,
you can like ask them to like look for specific ones, and then you can basically customize a new one. So it, when it looks for things, you'll get Palicos and Palamutes that looks exactly, for example, like the one you just have right now, or something you want.
Okay, so I do have some stuff. Suchi Blade with a 10% affinity? What does the affinity do?
So Affinity deals more damage. Potentially it's, you can deal a bit of crit damage.
And I don't understand the sharpness thing. Like, there's a bigger yellow section.
So, sharpness also affects damage a bit. Maybe not as much now. But like, if you look at, for example, the ore tree compared to the bone tree for the weapon, you'll see that the ore tree has higher sharpness than the bone, but the bone has higher damage.
Sorry. Ore tree. Bone tree. Yeah.
Right, as early game, like, it isn't the biggest difference. But like, so I think it goes like red, orange, yellow, green, blue, white, purple, something like that. That's like when you get to white sharpness. That's when
But
it
is
really
bigger
matters.
yellow better? Or am I crazy?
It means that you can do more hits before like it goes down a tier.
Mhm.
But there's some, for example, skills in a weapons called protective polish, which basically means as soon as you sharpen your weapon, it'll keep you won't lose sharpness for a little bit. Because there's some weapons that have like a tiny sliver, for example, white sharpness, which means you deal increased damage for that as long as you have white sharpness. This is just more late game though, so I wouldn't worry too much completely early on.
Is there, like... I mean, I guess it'll just come down to me at some point, but I'm just like... Should I switch to, like, something with a little bit higher damage now? Because right now it's at 50.
Some hunters
Yeah.
literally
No, like, I'll definitely, like, recommend doing whatever you want with the weapon tree just normally. Of course, I'm not saying you I'm not, like, saying you can't use the defender weapons.
Are the defender weapons like the high tier weapons? Is that what?
So basically they'll basically carry you easily through the low rank stuff.
Okay, so this is like the armor thing.
Yes.
Okay.
It'll carry you through the low rank stuff and some of high rank, and then you get to a point of high rank where you basically have to craft weapons already, but it's easy to start crafting if you already have progressed some of the other trees.
Because I'm looking at bone weapons, right? 110. Like, higher damage to me seems good, so I'm like, do I go with bone? I don't know what a Dragon Hush shard is yet, but I'm almost there.
Dragon Shard, that would be something you find from bone piles if you gather from that. I think. I think it is. I think it should be from the second or third biome you can find.
Because it matches the defender, I just have to work for it, but I don't know. Like, is bone the way to go? And then the rest of this is all in question marks, because I don't know.
Yeah, you haven't gotten the amount of monster parts you need yet.
I just don't know what the affinity bonus does, the 10%.
So, at a neutral affinity, so like you've seen sometimes you hit monsters you get like yellow numbers and such.
Yeah.
That usually means you hit like a weaker spot or do critical damage even. With negative affinity, no matter how weak the spot you hit, it won't do like increased damage at all. You'll only get white numbers. With higher affinity, you'll deal more damage on top.
So it's like a crit bonus.
Basically. That should be how it works, I think.
Because really, what am I going to use its Suchi tails and pelts for?
The armor set.
Do I want the armor set? I don't even know. I don't even know.
My hammer's ready.
You could always check it out before you make a decision.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know. Again, these are all Kimura. This is leather.
Yes.
We've got chainmail, which really good defense. Is there a weight thing on this or no?
No.
I haven't seen much of
No
fire
need to hurry.
stuff.
There's plenty of time.
Ooh. Water and thunder resist is lowered though. I don't know if I want that.
So if you used
Like raw damage numbers, like 10% defense is not bad, but I don't know what the -1 or the -2 for the elements is.
Also, if you use the right trick, you can switch the info. It should give you the skills, I think, for the set or for the pieces.
Level 1 reduces fixed stamina depletion by 20. Affinity +5. Deals speed, which you recover damage. Is there a armor bonus for wearing like multiple pieces, or is this only like what you leveled up?
So if you have multiple pieces of armor that has the same skill, as long as there's like.
So it's only if they have the
levels
same
to it.
skill.
Hmm.
Okay.
So for example, I think one of the defender armors you have basically gives you 4 levels in attack bonus, and like some parts in affinity as well. So right, so that one critical eye.
So is this basically I can like if I have enough pieces I can forge the entire set? Is that what that does or no?
So the entire set only goes up to level 3 for the critical stuff and such.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually you'll find something like on higher ranking armor. You'll see you get like slots for them as well. So decoration slots, and you can find decorations with certain skills on them.
Okay. Because I'm wondering if I even like. Because I do want more defense. I think 1 defense is pretty bad, but I don't know if it's worth it to even spend the resources right now. If 1 defense is going to carry me through the rest of like the story stuff, that's fine, but I don't know.
Nah, you'll quickly get to a point where that's not gonna hold.
But I see where the grind comes in, because you can just redo whatever mission over and over again to get your graded Tsuchi parts and all that.
Hmm.
Let's see, iron ore, crystal, iron ore, crystal, iron ore. And that's 4, and it gives me more resistance. It is just chainmail, though. Not exactly sure I'm happy about that. But, like, it's better than nothing. I guess the leather set, too, is just basic gear, which is weird.
In Monster Hunter World, the leather and the chainmail was the 2 starting armors you had.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they had a bit of different skills from each other.
Because what's an end game defense number?
Oh, an end game in this game?
Yeah.
Well, that's more up in the hundreds.
So that's in the hundreds. Okay, so 10 defense isn't that big of a deal.
I think like maybe some of the most defense is close to 100, and then like the total set is I don't have my switch here, so I can't really check. But well, hold on. I don't know how to check this. Just need to search a certain monster.
Because what I'm trying to determine is this the type of game where you want to grab like armor and weapons as they come along, or do you want to hold off and wait until the good stuff comes in? You know what I'm saying?
Right. So the final monster you can meet in this game, the full armor set for that one has the total value of 400 defense.
For the full armor set?
Yes.
Okay. So with each of these being 10, that's 50.
So it's 80 per piece for that one.
It's 80 per piece?
Yes. But that's unupgraded. You can upgrade armor parts.
Right.
I don't remember though how high that will go for this one.
So let's say I did upgrade, right? What would that do? It would take my defense to 9.
Let's see.
And it requires 400 Zen.
Take hours. I'm used to waiting.
And I take it that each of these armor spheres is like just different levels for upgrading.
Right. Yeah, so you see like the value written on those. So the basic one gives 1 point, the plus gives 5 points, the advanced gives 20 points. So, and so on.
So should I, like, instead of getting new armor, should I go ahead and upgrade, or is upgrading more worth it for better armor pieces?
I mean, if you're unsure now, you can just upgrade, like, armor spheres is the normal ones. Those are easy to get, so it's not a waste exactly.
Right. Because I can max out my armor right now, because it's only, what, 5 pieces? So that's 30, 30 armor spheres?
Yeah.
Does that seem reasonable?
I mean, that definitely helps boost it. So I would say so.
Right, let's get cracking. No problem.
I'm just thinking, I'd rather not have as much trouble in the story stuff, you know? Just take more hits and then use big sword.
Right.
The thing about the greatsword, though, is I'd love to get more damage, but I don't know which direction to go, because Affinity sounds great for hitting a weak spot, but only the weak spot. If it's not getting an Affinity bonus, then what happens if I upgrade what I currently have?
My hammer's ready.
I don't even think there's a way I can.
Let's see.
Because right now I've got the cleave.
Right, let's get cracking.
And it goes up to 60.
Right. Let's see.
But I don't think using an iron ore to upgrade is better than just getting better weapons that do better damage. Do I already have an Utsuchi blade somehow? Because why is it in upgrade weapons?
No. Oh wait. Weapon trees. Weapon list. I think that's more of just upgrade from the Kamura cleaver up to the Utsuchi.
Hmm. Okay.
Or maybe not right now.
No active skills. Active skills. Wait. So active skills, they happen by usage or affinity, or?
That's something you'll find a bit later, but potentially you'll be able to get like guilds for weapons as well, so you can increase the affinity, just a slightly attack bonus to the weapon, or if it has like an element, you can increase the element for the weapon. It shouldn't be too much of a story before you actually unlock that thing, though.
Nothing stops you from forging this.
Gotcha.
Scraps in excess capacity will be sold. Bone scrap times 2. The following scraps.
I can explain what scraps are as well. So now you're crafting well equipment for your hunter. You can craft equipment for your Palico and Polymute. It uses scraps.
I see.
Of course, you can force yourself to get some scrap just by trading in certain monster parts or bones and such.
Because this just makes a straight up new weapon, which is fine. I don't want to forge another one of these.
Now get hunting.
But yeah, so when it talks about upgrading weapons, it's essentially just going to the next tier. Also, if you want to upgrade stuff for the palicos and palibutes, that's like the cat sitting next to the blacksmith.
I see. Buddy equipment, don't go further. Smithy, token my thanks. Promise taking it with us. Forges buddy gear from scraps. Can also make equipment. So right now, a wedge of Boken does 50, right? That does 60. Oh, I can't do the F paw punch? Shame. I love that it can make an iron sword. That seems hilarious, and I kind of want to, but... I don't know about the bunny mask.
I think that's because the bone armor in early games used to be more similar to a bunny thing, I think.
Like, can your buddy be, like, killed?
You can, like, sort of faint for a bit.
So
But,
basically, defense just helps it to stop fainting as often, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Although for them I would say it is weapon first, armor second.
I would think so.
Because one of the main differences, if you faint, then you lose one of your chances for the quest. If you faint 3 times, you fail. It doesn't really matter how many times your palico faints.
So is this upgrading, or is this just making a new one? Because it seems like
It's
it's
just making a
forged.
new one.
Okay, so there's no upgrade for their equipment. It's just whatever it is.
Yes.
Oh, right. That's because it needs a Tsuchi scrap, which I don't have right now. He's not really doing ranged attacks. I think I'll hold off. I don't think they need anything. Hunter info updated. Woo! Alright.
Bunny Dongo are a taste of heaven.
Listen, I didn't ask about the dongo. I'm just telling you straight up. Like, I get what you're saying, but I didn't ask. Gather account items 4 times. Sure.
Here's the quest list. Good luck.
Bird.
I think I'll probably hop off here though. It is.
No, I understand. Yeah. It's rather late. This game is near and dear to you, so I understand.
Yeah.
I
Thought
will
I'd stick around to
continue
help,
to
though.
try and figure this out.
Yeah. If you're into trouble, just like send me a DM or something.
Yeah, no worries. Have a good night, Ziff.
Yeah. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's keep it up! Excuse me. Looks useful. I shall put this to good use. Sorry, but duty calls. I shall put this to good use.
Stink mink excrete a spike pheromone capable of attracting monsters. Can lure monsters by using the stink mink. Approaching a monster, once they detect a pheromone, they will follow you until the effect wears off. Achieve the range of them. Or using the stink mink, you will go after a player for a limited amount of time. You may have them fight or wrestle over territory. It can result in massive damage between them or having them in a mental state. I see.
Listen up!
So bait the monster into attacking another monster, which would make sense.
I'll help myself, thank you. I shall put this to good use. Sorry, but duty calls. I'll help myself, thank you. Excuse me. Let's have a closer look. Let's see what nature has in store for us. All according to plan!
What? Don't know what that creature was.
Let's have a closer look. duty calls. I shall put this to good use.
That's all I want. Wait, is that a mushroom colony? It is, isn't it?
Looks useful.
Well, that's a blue mushroom. Never mind.
What's this? A major step forward! Let's have a closer look. Mission accomplished!
All right. And this is...
Excuse me.
Oh, that won't work. Excuse me. Let's see what nature has in store for us. It's over! What's this? Good job, my friend. Our quest is completed!
How are you today?
Oh, that was it. Oh, I see.
There's so many of them. I'd get confused too. Be careful out there.
Let us begin!
Okay. S-Cure, go. That's hilarious. I love it.
Excuse me. Let us move!
Excuse me? So the trick here is going to be don't fall off.
Let's have a closer look.
me. Let's keep it up!
Got him.
All according to plan. Let's see what nature has in store for us. Looks useful. I shall put this to good use.
Okay.
Let's have a closer look. Hunt or be hunted! I'll show you no mercy! me. A major step forward! Sorry, but duty calls.
Use a whetstone.
All according to plan. I'll help myself, thank you. Revive my trusty weapon! Sorry, but duty calls.
Right, now before I was so rudely interrupted
Run!
by myself.
Looks useful. A major step forward!
Good swing, me.
One objective in the bag! I shall put this to good use. Excuse me.
Got it. Okay. All right. Antidobra. What a weird name, but hey, it works. It's weird because while it's on my back, it's fine. If it's not on my back and it's in my hands, I can't run it all. Don't ask me why I did that. I don't even know. Jesus. Are those the bugs? Why does it feel like I'm crouched all the time with this weapon? It's just like, come on.
Sorry, but duty calls.
Like, oh my, I thought it was over. There we go.
Victory! Excuse me. All according to plan. Another successful hunt.
Now I know what that looks like.
Oh, hello.
Are those time specific?
Come again.
Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, thank you for watching. Thank you for enjoying. I'm still learning the ins and outs of this game, obviously, but we'll get there. So thank you. Appreciate you for being here. I will see you all next time. It's very late, and we'll probably play more of this tomorrow, so we'll see. But take care, everybody. Bye-bye.